Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. Dawn arrived in the glowing sea with its characteristic ethereal quality, the morning light filtering through perpetual atmospheric radiation to cast everything in soft, green-tinged hues. The landscape stretched endlessly in all directions, a vast expanse of crystalline formations, twisted metal sculptures that had once been trees, and ground that sparkled with microscopic particles of radioactive glass. Yet within this seemingly barren wasteland, something extraordinary had taken root. Dr. Elena Vasquez emerged from her reinforced pre-war trailer as the first rays of radiant sunlight touched the carefully arranged rows of her impossible garden. The sight never failed to fill her with quiet wonder, even after 3 years of patient cultivation, where conventional wisdom declared nothing could grow in the glowing sea's lethal environment. Elena had proven that life, given proper understanding and gentle guidance, could not merely survive, but flourish in ways the old world had never imagined. Her morning routine began, as always, with the careful inspection of her botanical charges. Each plant represented months or sometimes years of careful crossbreeding, selective adaptation, and patient nurturing. The morning light revealed their otherworldly beauty, vegetables that pulsed with soft bioluminescence, flowering vines whose petals glowed like captured starlight, fruit trees whose branches sparkled with natural phosphorescence. The garden existed as a testament to the principle that adaptation, rather than resistance, held the key to thriving in the post-war world. Elena moved between the carefully arranged beds with practiced efficiency, her movements reflecting the methodical precision that had once made her invaluable to the Institute's Botanical Research Division. Her Pip-Boy's radiation monitor clicked softly but steadily, a constant reminder of the hostile environment that surrounded her sanctuary. Yet here, among her luminous plants, the readings remained surprisingly manageable, another benefit of her experimental flora, which seemed to process and neutralize environmental radiation as part of their metabolic processes. The first bed contained her pride and joy, matrut trees whose genetic structure she had carefully modified to not merely tolerate radiation, but actively incorporate it into their cellular functions. The fruit they produced glowed with a soft amber light, each piece containing concentrated nutrients that could sustain human life far more efficiently than their pre-war ancestors. Elena carefully examined several specimens, noting with satisfaction the consistent luminosity that indicated optimal radiation absorption. Moving to the next section, she inspected her experimental corn varieties. These remarkable plants had developed translucent stalks that conducted light throughout their structure, creating an almost crystalline appearance. The ears they produced contained kernels that sparkled like tiny gems, each one capable of providing substantial nutritional value while actively reducing radiation exposure in those who consumed them. Elena recorded her observations in her personal journal, documenting growth rates and luminosity patterns, with the same meticulous attention to detail that had characterized her pre-war research. Her vegetable gardens presented an equally remarkable sight. Carrots, whose orange flesh had developed natural bioluminescence, grew alongside potatoes, whose skin glowed with soft purple light. Tomato plants bore fruit that pulsed gently with internal radiance, while lettuce varieties had evolved leaves that seemed to capture and store ambient radiation, converting it into visible light during the darker hours. Each plant represented not merely successful adaptation, but elegant transformation. Radiation becoming beauty, hostility becoming nourishment. The irrigation system Elena had constructed demonstrated the same innovative approach that characterized all her work. Rather than fighting the glowing sea's unique environmental conditions, she had learned to harness them. Collected rad rain was processed through a series of biofilters created from specially cultivated fungi, which removed harmful isotopes while preserving the beneficial elements her plants required. The water that emerged from this natural filtration system glowed with a soft blue-green light, carrying exactly the right concentration of radiation to nourish her remarkable flora without overwhelming their adaptive capabilities. As the morning progressed, Elena continued her methodical rounds, checking soil conditions, adjusting irrigation flows, and harvesting specimens ready for processing in her laboratory. Her movements reflected the calm satisfaction of someone whose work aligned perfectly with their deepest interests and values. The Institute had demanded results, according to rigid timelines and predetermined parameters. Here, in her self-created sanctuary, Elena could pursue research at nature's own pace, allowing discoveries to emerge through patient observation rather than forced experimentation. Her laboratory occupied one end of the reinforced trailer, equipped with salvaged equipment that she had carefully modified for her specialized needs. Pre-war scientific instruments shared space with improvised apparatus crafted from wasteland materials, creating a unique research environment that blended institutional precision with post-war adaptability. The morning's harvest awaited processing, samples that would become medicines, nutritional supplements, and experimental compounds for further plant development. Elena began her laboratory work by preparing extracts from the bioluminescent fruit, a process that required careful attention to temperature and timing. The glowing pulp, when properly processed, yielded compounds with remarkable healing properties. Her research had revealed that the same cellular mechanisms allowing these plants to thrive in radioactive environments also produce substances capable of repairing radiation damage in human tissue. The irony was not lost on her. In the most hostile environment imaginable, she had discovered ingredients for healing that the old world's medical establishment had never imagined. The extraction process proceeded with methodical precision, Elena monitoring temperatures and pH levels while adjusting her equipment to accommodate the unique properties of her radioactive botanicals. The compounds she isolated glowed softly in their containment vessels, each one representing hours of careful research and experimentation. Some would become general healing agents, others specialized treatments for specific types of radiation exposure. All demonstrated the fundamental principle that had guided her work since leaving the Institute: cooperation with natural processes rather than domination of them. As midday approached, Elena paused in her laboratory work to prepare her simple lunch, using ingredients from her own garden. The meal itself seemed to glow with gentle light, bread made from her luminescent grain, vegetables whose natural radiance created an almost festive appearance, fruits that provided both nutrition and a soft, pleasant illumination. Eating food that glowed might have seemed disturbing to someone from the old world, but Elena had long since moved beyond such conventional concerns. These plants offered superior nutrition while actually reducing her overall radiation exposure, demonstrating once again that adaptation produced better results than resistance. The afternoon heat in the glowing sea created its own unique atmospheric effects, with the radioactive particles in the air refracting light into subtle rainbow patterns that danced across Elena's garden. She used these hours for more delicate cultivation work, propagating new varieties and conducting careful crossbreeding experiments under controlled conditions. Her greenhouse, constructed from salvaged materials and reinforced against the harsh environment, provided the precise conditions needed for her most sensitive botanical experiment. Inside the greenhouse, Elena maintained several dozen experimental plant varieties in various stages of development. Some showed promise for enhanced radiation resistance, others for improved nutritional content or more efficient bioluminescence. Each specimen received individual attention, with growing conditions adjusted to encourage the specific traits Elena hoped to develop. Her notes filled multiple journals, documenting genetic variations, growth patterns, and the complex relationships between radiation exposure and plant development. The work required infinite patience, as successful botanical adaptation occurred across generations rather than within individual specimens. Elena had learned to think in terms of seasons and years rather than days and weeks, allowing natural selection to guide her breeding programs while providing gentle encouragement toward desired traits. This approach differed fundamentally from the Institute's emphasis on rapid results and dramatic interventions, but it had proven far more sustainable and ultimately more successful in the challenging environment of the glowing sea. As afternoon shifted toward evening, Elena emerged from her greenhouse to tend the outdoor portions of her garden. The lowering sun created spectacular effects among her bioluminescent plants, the natural radiance beginning to compete with the fading daylight. This transition period had become her favorite time of day, when her garden revealed its full beauty as darkness approached, and the gentle glow of her cultivated flora became more pronounced. Moving between the garden beds with practiced efficiency, Elena harvested the day's yield of mature specimens while checking on plants in various stages of development. Her evening routine included adjusting irrigation systems for nighttime operation, securing delicate specimens against potential weather changes, and collecting samples for the next day's laboratory work. Each task was performed with the calm attention that characterized all her activities, treating her botanical charges with the respect due to living beings rather than mere experimental subjects. The trailer's interior beckoned as night fell completely over the glowing sea. The harsh landscape transformed into something almost magical by the soft illumination of Elena's garden. Inside, she prepared her evening meal using fresh ingredients from her cultivation, the glowing vegetables and fruits creating a dining experience that combined sustenance with gentle beauty. The food provided not only nutrition but also a measurable reduction in her daily radiation exposure, demonstrating the practical benefits of her research alongside its aesthetic appeal. Elena's evening hours were devoted to documentation and analysis, reviewing the day's observations while planning future experiments. Her journals contained 3 years of meticulous records, tracking the development of her botanical sanctuary from initial concept through current reality. The early entries recorded failures and setbacks as she learned to work with radioactive soil and contaminated water, gradually developing the techniques that now allowed her garden to flourish. More recent entries reflected growing confidence and expanding possibilities as her understanding deepened. The night sounds of the glowing sea provided a subtle backdrop to her work, the distant calls of adapted wildlife, the soft crackling of settling radiation crystals, the gentle hum of atmospheric electrical activity. These sounds had become as familiar and comforting as the nighttime chorus of insects had been in the old world, representing the unique ecology that had emerged from nuclear devastation. Elena found peace in this alien soundscape, recognizing it as evidence that life continued to find ways to adapt and thrive, even under the most challenging conditions. As she prepared for sleep, Elena stepped outside once more to observe her garden under the star-filled sky. The bioluminescent plants created an extraordinary nighttime display, their gentle radiance turning the immediate area into something resembling a fairy tale landscape. Rows of glowing vegetables stretched into the darkness, while the fruit trees sparkled like living crystals. The sight never failed to remind her why she had chosen this isolated existence over the comfortable but constraining environment of the Institute. Sleep came easily in the glowing sea's profound quiet, broken only by the gentle sounds of her garden's nighttime processes. Elena's dreams often featured visions of expanded cultivation, imagining vast areas of the wasteland transformed into productive, beautiful growing spaces through patient application of her techniques. These were not grandiose fantasies of reversing the nuclear catastrophe, but practical possibilities for helping life adapt and flourish within the new world's constraints. The second day began much like the first, with Elena emerging from her trailer to greet the radiant dawn and begin her morning inspection routine. However, as she moved between her garden beds, a distant sound caught her attention, something that didn't belong to the glowing sea's usual acoustic landscape. The sound grew gradually louder, resolving into unmistakably human footsteps, stumbling across the crystalline terrain that surrounded her sanctuary. Elena paused in her work, her enhanced hearing sharpened by years of solitary living, tracking the approaching disturbance. The footsteps were irregular, suggesting someone in distress or exhaustion. Her isolation had been interrupted only rarely during her 3 years in the glowing sea, usually by lost travelers who stumbled upon her garden while seeking shelter or direction. Most such encounters had ended with her providing basic assistance and directions to safer territory, maintaining her privacy while offering humanitarian aid when needed. The figure that emerged from the morning haze was clearly in serious distress. A man in the worn leather armor of a caravan guard stumbled into view, his movements uncoordinated and his breathing labored. Even at a distance, Elena could recognize the characteristic symptoms of severe radiation poisoning: the pale, clammy skin, the obvious disorientation, the trembling that indicated his body's struggle against radioactive toxins. His condition was serious enough to override her usual preference for maintaining distance from wasteland travelers. "Help," the stranger managed to call out as he spotted Elena among her glowing plants. "Please, separated from my caravan? Been wandering for days." Elena approached cautiously, her medical training automatically assessing the man's condition, while her survival instincts remained alert for potential deception. However, his symptoms appeared genuine and severe, radiation poisoning at a level that would prove fatal without proper treatment. Her conscience would not permit her to turn away someone in such desperate need, regardless of the complications his presence might create for her carefully ordered existence. "My name is Elena," she said calmly, her voice carrying the professional authority developed during her medical training. "You're suffering from acute radiation exposure. I can help you, but you need to trust me and follow my instructions exactly." The guard, Marcus, he managed to tell her between labored breaths, nodded with the desperate gratitude of someone who had accepted that death was imminent. Elena guided him carefully toward her trailer, noting his symptoms and estimating the treatment regimen that would be required. His condition was serious but not hopeless, provided she could begin proper therapy immediately and maintain it consistently over the coming week. Elena's trailer contained a small medical facility, equipped with both conventional supplies and her experimental plant-based compounds. She quickly established Marcus in the treatment area, beginning with immediate stabilization procedures, while preparing the specialized medicines she had developed from her bioluminescent flora. Her research into radiation processing plants had included extensive investigation of their healing properties, resulting in compounds that surpassed anything available in conventional wasteland medicine. The initial treatment required careful coordination of multiple therapeutic approaches. Elena administered conventional Radaway to begin reducing Marcus's radiation levels while simultaneously introducing her experimental compounds to support his body's natural healing processes. The plant-based medicines glowed softly in their containers, each one representing months of careful research into the healing properties of radiation-adapted flora. "What is this place?" Marcus asked weakly as Elena worked, his eyes taking in the impossible sight of her glowing garden visible through the trailer's windows. "A sanctuary," Elena replied simply, not wanting to complicate his understanding while his body fought against radioactive poisoning. "Focus on resting. Your recovery will take time, but these treatments will help your body heal itself." The following days established a routine centered around Marcus's medical needs. Elena maintained his treatment schedule with precise attention to timing and dosage, monitoring his radiation levels while gradually introducing stronger concentrations of her experimental compounds. His body responded positively to the plant-based therapy, showing improvement rates that exceeded her most optimistic projections based on previous animal testing. As Marcus's condition stabilized and his strength began returning, he became increasingly aware of his extraordinary surroundings. Elena found herself explaining her work in greater detail, describing how she had developed techniques for cultivating plants that not only survived in the glowing sea, but actively processed environmental radiation into beneficial compounds. His questions reflected genuine curiosity rather than mere politeness, suggesting an intelligence that had been masked by his initial physical distress. "I've been working caravans for 15 years, Marcus told her during one of their evening conversations, his color and energy noticeably improved after a week of treatment. "Seen settlements throughout the Commonwealth, but nothing like what you've created here. How did you learn to make plants grow in the glowing sea?" Elena considered how much to reveal about her background, eventually deciding that Marcus's genuine interest warranted honesty about her research methods, if not her specific institutional affiliation. "I was trained as a botanist before the war changed everything," she explained, not entirely untruthfully. "When I realized that fighting radiation was less effective than learning to work with it, I began developing these cultivation techniques. The plants you see have been bred specifically to thrive in this environment." Their conversations gradually expanded beyond medical topics as Marcus's recovery progressed. He shared stories from his caravan experiences, describing the settlements and trading posts that dotted the Commonwealth, while Elena found herself discussing her research in greater detail than she had with anyone since leaving the Institute. His practical questions about her techniques revealed a sharp understanding of survival challenges, while his obvious appreciation for her garden's beauty suggested sensibilities that extended beyond mere utility. The healing process continued steadily, with Marcus's radiation levels decreasing while his physical strength returned. Elena's plant-based compounds proved remarkably effective, not only treating the immediate symptoms of radiation poisoning, but actually improving his overall health beyond its pre-exposure condition. The discovery reinforced her conviction that cooperation with post-war environmental conditions produced superior results compared to attempts at restoration to pre-war norm. As the second week of treatment concluded, Marcus had recovered sufficiently to assist with basic garden maintenance, his movements careful but increasingly confident. Elena found herself appreciating the companionship more than she had anticipated, realizing how much she had missed having someone with whom to share the daily satisfactions of her work. His questions prompted her to articulate aspects of her research that she had never needed to explain, deepening her own understanding of her achievements. "These aren't just surviving," Marcus observed as they worked together among the bioluminescent vegetables, his tone reflecting genuine wonder. "They're thriving in ways that seem almost impossible. You've found a way to turn the wasteland's worst environment into something productive and beautiful." Elena smiled at his assessment, recognizing the same shift in perspective that had motivated her own research direction. "The radiation isn't the enemy," she explained, carefully harvesting glowing fruit. "It's simply a new environmental condition that requires different approaches. These plants have learned to use what others consider harmful, transforming it into something beneficial." The philosophical implications of her work became a frequent topic of their conversations as Marcus's recovery continued. His practical experience with wasteland survival provided valuable context for Elena's theoretical understanding, while her scientific background offered him new ways of interpreting the post-war world's challenges. Their discussions ranged from specific botanical techniques to broader questions about adaptation and acceptance in a fundamentally changed world. As the third week of Marcus's recovery progressed, Elena found herself facing a decision she had avoided contemplating during the intensity of his medical crisis. His health had improved to the point where continued treatment was beneficial rather than essential, meaning he could safely travel if he chose to leave. However, the prospect of returning to her previous solitude held less appeal than she had expected, raising questions about the sustainability of her chosen isolation. Marcus seemed equally conflicted about departure, his initial desperation to rejoin his caravan having evolved into genuine appreciation for Elena's sanctuary and work. Their conversations increasingly included speculation about possibilities beyond immediate recovery, ways that Elena's botanical discoveries might benefit other wasteland communities, methods for sharing her techniques without compromising her research environment. "The medicines you've created could help so many people," Marcus suggested during one of their evening discussions. "Settlements throughout the Commonwealth struggle with radiation exposure. What you've developed here could revolutionize how we approach survival in contaminated areas." Elena nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the truth of his observation while considering the complications such sharing would entail. Her work had been conducted in isolation, partly by choice but partly from necessity. The techniques she had developed required careful application and thorough understanding to avoid dangerous mistakes. Simply distributing her compounds without proper education could create more problems than solutions. "Knowledge requires context," she replied carefully. "These treatments work because they're part of a complete system. The plants, the processing techniques, the careful attention to dosage and timing. Separating individual components from their proper framework could be dangerous rather than helpful." Their discussions of these challenges continued as Marcus's recovery entered its final phase. His radiation levels now lower than they had been before his exposure to the glowing sea. Elena's compounds had not merely treated his poisoning, but actually enhanced his body's natural resistance to environmental radiation, demonstrating therapeutic possibilities that extended far beyond emergency treatment. The implications were significant for anyone living in the post-war world's contaminated environment. As the fourth week concluded, Elena realized that Marcus's presence had fundamentally altered her perspective on her research and its potential applications. While she valued the peace and freedom of her isolated existence, She could no longer ignore the broader humanitarian possibilities of her work. The question was how to balance her need for research autonomy with the ethical obligation to share beneficial discoveries with those who might need them. Marcus, for his part, had gained not only physical recovery, but a new understanding of the possibilities for human adaptation in the post-war world. His experience in Elena's garden had challenged his assumptions about the limitations imposed by radiation, replacing despair about environmental damage with hope for innovative solutions. The personal transformation matched his physical healing, leaving him fundamentally changed by his weeks in the glowing sanctuary. "I need to return to my company eventually," Marcus said during their final evening together, his tone reflecting reluctance rather than eagerness. "But I also want to help you find ways to share what you've learned. The Commonwealth needs to know that recovery is possible, that the wasteland can become productive again with the right approach." Elena considered his words, recognizing the choice between continued isolation and cautious engagement with the broader wasteland community. Her work had reached a point where further development might benefit from collaboration rather than solitude, while her techniques had proven sufficiently robust to risk careful sharing with appropriate recipients. "Perhaps," she said slowly, "there are ways to maintain both research integrity and humanitarian application. Small steps, careful selection of partners, gradual expansion rather than immediate widespread distribution." Their conversation continued late into the night, outlining possibilities for Elena to maintain her sanctuary while establishing limited contact with selected settlements and individuals who could benefit from her discoveries. Marcus's caravan connections provided potential networks for identifying appropriate recipients, while Elena's scientific training ensured that any sharing would be conducted with proper safety protocols and educational components. The morning of Marcus's departure arrived with the characteristic ethereal beauty of the glowing sea dawn, the garden's bioluminescence gradually yielding to natural daylight as Elena conducted her morning inspection routine. Marcus joined her for this final tour of the sanctuary that had saved his life, his appreciation evident as he observed details that his initial illness had prevented him from fully perceiving. "I'll remember this place," he said, as they completed their circuit of the garden beds, his tone carrying genuine reverence, "not just as the place where I recovered, but as proof that beauty and productivity can emerge from even the most hostile circumstances. You've created something remarkable here." Elena provided Marcus with a supply of her medicines sufficient for his journey back to civilization, along with detailed instructions for their proper use. More significantly, she gave him samples of seeds from her adapted plants, carefully selected varieties that might thrive in less extreme environments with proper care. These gifts represented the first tentative steps towards sharing her discoveries beyond her isolated sanctuary. As Marcus prepared to leave, Elena realized that his departure marked not an ending, but a transition in her research mission. The weeks of his recovery had demonstrated that her work had value beyond personal satisfaction, while his presence had reminded her of the human connections she had sacrificed for scientific autonomy. The future might hold possibilities that combined both values rather than requiring a choice between them. "Take care of yourself," Elena said as Marcus gathered his pack and prepared to face the journey ahead. "And remember, adaptation is more powerful than resistance. Help others understand that the new world requires new approaches, not mourning for what can never be restored." Marcus nodded, his expression reflecting both gratitude for his recovery and commitment to the larger mission Elena had described. "I'll find people who can benefit from what you've taught me, and I'll make sure they understand the responsibility that comes with this knowledge." As Marcus disappeared into the glowing sea's morning haze, Elena stood among her luminous plants, contemplating the changes his presence had brought to her carefully ordered existence. The garden remained unchanged, continuing its quiet testament to the power of adaptation and patient cultivation. But Elena herself had been altered by the experience of sharing her work with someone who could truly appreciate its significance and potential. The days following Marcus's departure established a new routine that incorporated the insights gained during his recovery period. Elena continued her botanical research with renewed purpose, documenting her techniques with greater attention to their potential application by others. Her evening hours included preparation of educational materials, creating guides that could help qualified individuals understand and safely implement her cultivation method. The garden itself began reflecting this expanded vision, with Elena developing new sections specifically designed to test techniques that might be suitable for less extreme environments. While maintaining her focus on plants adapted to the glowing sea's unique conditions, she also began experimenting with varieties that could bridge the gap between her sanctuary and more conventional wasteland settlements. The work required careful balancing of scientific rigor with practical applicability, ensuring that any techniques she eventually shared would be both effective and safe in less controlled environments. Weeks passed in this new rhythm of solitary research, guided by expanded purpose, until one evening Elena detected familiar sounds approaching her sanctuary, multiple footsteps moving with the careful coordination of an organized group. Her enhanced hearing suggested 3 or 4 individuals, their movements suggesting experience with wasteland travel rather than the desperate stumbling that had characterized Marcus's arrival. The group that emerged from the evening shadows included Marcus, as Elena had hoped, accompanied by 3 companions whose appearance suggested careful selection for this expedition. A woman in medical gear that identified her as a trained physician, a man whose technical equipment marked him as an engineer or scientist, and a third individual whose practical clothing and alert demeanor suggested someone experienced in wasteland survival and security. "Elena!" Marcus called out as the group approached her garden, his voice carrying satisfaction and anticipation. "I'd like you to meet some people who are very interested in learning about your work. Dr. Sarah Chen from Diamond City's medical district, Engineer Thomas Park, who specializes in agricultural systems, and Rita Santos, who coordinates resource distribution for several Commonwealth settlements." Elena approached the group with cautious interest, recognizing the careful thought Marcus had put into assembling individuals whose expertise and responsibilities aligned with the potential applications of her research. Their expressions reflected the same wonder that had characterized Marcus's first coherent observations of her garden, but with the additional dimension of professional understanding that allowed them to immediately grasp the significance of what they were seeing. "This is extraordinary," Dr. Chen breathed, her medical training allowing her to recognize the implications of bioluminescent plants thriving in lethal radiation levels. The therapeutic possibilities alone could revolutionize how we treat radiation exposure throughout the Commonwealth. Engineer Park moved among the garden beds with obvious fascination, his technical background enabling him to appreciate the sophisticated cultivation systems Elena had developed. The irrigation and soil management techniques represent completely new approaches to agricultural challenges in contaminated environments. This could transform food security for settlements dealing with radiation contamination. Rita Santos took a more practical approach, her questions focusing on scalability and resource requirements for implementing Elena's techniques in existing communities. What would it take to establish smaller versions of this system near settlements that need better medical resources or food security? Are there ways to adapt your methods for communities that can't relocate to the glowing sea? The questions reflected exactly the type of thoughtful engagement Elena had hoped for, demonstrating that Marcus had chosen his companions well. Their interest extended beyond mere curiosity to genuine commitment to applying her discoveries for humanitarian benefit, while their professional expertise provided the practical knowledge needed to implement such applications safely and effectively. The evening progressed into detailed discussions of Elena's techniques, with each visitor contributing insights from their specialized backgrounds. Dr. Chen's medical expertise helped refine understanding of the therapeutic compounds Elena had developed, while Engineer Park offered suggestions for simplifying cultivation systems for use in resource-limited environments. Rita Santos provided valuable perspective on the logistical challenges of distributing new agricultural and medical technologies to scattered wasteland communities. As the night deepened, Elena found herself experiencing something she had not felt since leaving the Institute: the intellectual excitement of collaborative research directed toward meaningful humanitarian goals. The conversation ranged from specific technical details to broader philosophical questions about adaptation and progress in the post-war world, with each participant contributing unique perspectives that enriched the overall discussion. What you've accomplished here challenges fundamental assumptions about the limitations imposed by nuclear contamination, Dr. Chen observed as they examined Elena's laboratory setup. Instead of viewing radiation as an insurmountable obstacle, you found ways to transform it into a beneficial component of biological systems. The paradigm shift has implications that extend far beyond agriculture and medicine. Elena nodded, recognizing in Dr. Chen's words the same conceptual breakthrough that had guided her own research development. The key was abandoning the goal of restoration to pre-war conditions and instead embracing the possibilities inherent in our changed world. Once I stopped fighting the radiation and started learning to work with it, entirely new approaches became possible. The group remained through the following day, with Elena providing detailed demonstrations of her cultivation and processing techniques, while her visitors documented everything with careful attention to safety protocols and practical requirements. Their questions revealed deep understanding of the challenges involved in implementing new technologies in wasteland conditions, while their suggestions helped Elena refine her methods for broader application. Engineer Park proved particularly valuable in identifying ways to simplify Elena's more complex systems without compromising their effectiveness. The basic principles can be adapted for much simpler installations, he explained, sketching modifications to her irrigation system. Communities with limited technical resources could implement scaled-down versions that still provide significant benefits for food security and basic medical supplies. Dr. Chen focused on the medical applications, working with Elena to develop standardized protocols for producing and administering her plant-based compounds. With proper quality control and dosage guidelines, these treatments could be safely manufactured and distributed to medical facilities throughout the Commonwealth. The impact on radiation health problems would be substantial. Rita Santos concentrated on the practical challenges of distribution and training, identifying settlements that would benefit most from Elena's techniques while possessing the resources and commitment needed for successful implementation. There are at least a dozen communities that have the agriculture experience and medical needs to make excellent test sites for your methods. If we can demonstrate success in those locations, expansion to other settlements becomes much more feasible. As the second day of their visit concluded, Elena realized that she was witnessing the transformation of her isolated research into the foundation for a broader humanitarian initiative. The careful planning evident in her visitor's approach assured her that any expansion would maintain the scientific rigor and safety considerations that had characterized her original work. while their obvious commitment to helping wasteland communities provided the motivation needed for such an ambitious undertaking. "I want to maintain this sanctuary as a research and training center," Elena told the group as they discussed implementation plans. "The glowing sea provides unique conditions that allow me to continue developing new techniques, while also serving as a place where others can learn to implement existing methods safely and effectively." Marcus's satisfaction was evident as he observed the conversation, recognizing that his decision to seek help for Elena's potential humanitarian applications had led to exactly the type of collaborative arrangement that could maximize benefit while preserving the research integrity that made such benefits possible. The following morning brought farewells and commitments, with each visitor departing with specific responsibilities for advancing the broader implementation of Elena's discoveries. Dr. Chen would establish medical protocols and safety standards. Engineer Park would develop simplified technical systems for resource-limited communities. And Rita Santos would coordinate with settlement leaders to identify optimal locations for initial testing. Marcus would serve as the primary liaison, maintaining communication between Elena's sanctuary and the expanding network of implementation sites. As her visitors disappeared into the glowing sea's morning haze, Elena stood among her luminous plants, contemplating the future that stretched ahead. Her sanctuary would remain her primary research location, but it would no longer exist in complete isolation. Instead, it would serve as the heart of a growing network dedicated to proving that adaptation and innovation could transform even the wasteland's greatest challenges into opportunities for human flourishing. The garden continued its quiet testimony to the power of patient cultivation and thoughtful adaptation. The bioluminescent plants glowing softly in the morning light as they had for the past 3 years. But now their gentle radiance represented not just Elena's personal achievement, but the beginning of a broader transformation that might, eventually, help countless others find beauty and productivity in the world that nuclear fire had created. As Elena resumed her morning inspection routine, her movements carried the same methodical precision that had always characterized her work. But now that precision served not just personal research satisfaction, but a larger mission that connected her isolated sanctuary to the broader human community struggling to rebuild and thrive in the challenging landscape of the post-war world. The luminous garden had become more than a personal refuge. It had evolved into a beacon of possibility that proved adaptation could triumph over adversity, cooperation could overcome hostility, and patient cultivation could transform even the most barren landscapes into sources of beauty, nourishment, and hope. While Elena Vasquez continues to develop her miraculous botanical sanctuary, helping to spread hope and healing throughout the Commonwealth's most challenging environments, elsewhere in the glowing sea, another figure moves purposefully through the radioactive landscape. Kai, a ghoul whose mechanical expertise has evolved into an understanding of the wasteland's transformed ecology, guides both creatures and pilgrims along paths that few others can navigate. As morning dawns over Elena's luminous garden, our next tale beckons from the shifting terrain, where a transformed guardian leads the lost toward enlightenment. Join us for the Radiant Shepherd. The morning mist of the glowing sea dispersed slowly under the gentle warmth of the rising sun, revealing a landscape that existed nowhere else in the known world. Crystalline formations jutted from the earth like frozen lightning, their surfaces refracting the perpetual green-tinged light into countless dancing rainbows. The ground itself sparkled with microscopic fragments of irradiated glass, creating a terrain that seemed more suited to an alien world than post-war Earth. Yet through this otherworldly environment, a small procession moved with confident purpose, their passage marking familiar paths across the seemingly trackless wasteland. Kai walked at the center of this unusual caravan, their ghoulified form moving with the measured pace of someone who had learned to read the subtle signs that distinguished safe passage from dangerous terrain in the glowing sea's ever-shifting landscape. The radiation that had transformed their body from human to ghoul had also granted them an intimate understanding of this environment that few others possessed. Where most saw only desolation and death, Kai perceived the complex ecosystems that had emerged from nuclear devastation, a realm where life had found remarkable ways to adapt and flourish. Around, Kai moved their most trusted companions, a pack of 7 dogs whose mutations had enhanced rather than diminished their intelligence and loyalty. These were not the vicious mongrels that plagued many wasteland settlements, but carefully selected and patiently trained animals who had adapted to the glowing sea's unique conditions with the same grace that characterized their human companion. Their leader, a magnificent creature Kai had named Scout, possessed an uncanny ability to detect both radiation patterns and the presence of other living beings across vast distances. Scout's coat had evolved a distinctive pattern of bioluminescent patches that glowed softly in the morning light, marking him as one of the glowing sea's remarkable adaptive successes. His intelligence had been enhanced by controlled radiation exposure, allowing him to understand complex commands and even anticipate Kai's needs during their journeys through the wasteland. The bond between them transcended the typical relationship between human and dog, evolving into something approaching true partnership in their shared mission of guidance and protection. The other members of the pack each possessed their own specialized abilities, developed through adaptation to their radioactive environment. Luna, whose silver coat shimmered with natural phosphorescence, had developed enhanced night vision that allowed her to navigate safely in complete darkness. Copper's reddish fur contained metallic elements that made him particularly sensitive to electromagnetic phenomena, enabling him to detect approaching radiation storms hours before conventional instruments. Each dog had earned their place in Kai's pack through demonstrated intelligence, loyalty, and unique contributions to their collective survival. Kai's own transformation had been gradual, beginning years earlier when they worked as a mechanic at the Atom Cat's garage in the Commonwealth. The radiation exposure that eventually triggered their ghoulification had come not from a single catastrophic event, but from years of handling contaminated materials without proper protection. Unlike many who experienced the transformation as a tragic loss of humanity, Kai had embraced their new existence as an opportunity to explore possibilities that had been previously unimaginable. The mechanical knowledge that had once served them at the garage had evolved into something more comprehensive, an understanding of how systems adapted and evolved under stress, whether those systems were engines, ecosystems, or living beings. This broader perspective had enabled Kai to develop techniques for communicating with the glowing sea's mutated wildlife, approaches based on patience and respect rather than dominance or fear. Their success with the dog pack represented just one application of these principles. As the morning progressed, Kai led their companions across terrain that would have challenged even experienced wasteland travelers. The glowing sea's landscape changed constantly, with radiation storms reshaping formations overnight and new hazards emerging without warning. Yet Kai moved with the confidence of someone who had learned to read the subtle signs that preceded such changes. Variations in atmospheric pressure, shifts in the behavior of native wildlife, alterations in the intensity of background radiation that indicated unstable conditions ahead. Their route followed paths that existed more in Kai's memory and understanding than in any physical marking on the landscape. Years of exploration had taught them which areas remained stable across seasons, which formations provided reliable shelter during storms, and where the various creatures that inhabited this realm could be encountered safely. This knowledge had been acquired through careful observation and respectful interaction, never through the aggressive exploration that characterized most wasteland expeditions. The pack's movements reflected their deep trust in Kai's leadership, each dog maintaining their assigned position while remaining alert for dangers that their enhanced senses might detect before their human companion. Their coordination demonstrated the result of patient training that emphasized cooperation and mutual support, rather than simple obedience. Kai treated each dog as an individual with unique capabilities, fostering their natural intelligence rather than suppressing it in favor of blind compliance. Mid-morning brought them to one of Kai's favorite observation points, a natural formation of crystalline outcroppings that provided both elevated perspective and protection from the harsh radiation that characterized many areas of the glowing sea. From this vantage point, they could survey vast distances of the surrounding terrain, identifying weather patterns, wildlife movements, and any signs of human activity that might require their attention or assistance. The view from the crystal formation revealed the glowing sea in all its terrible beauty, endless miles of transformed landscape stretching to the horizon, where the perpetual green glow of atmospheric radiation created an aurora-like effect against the sky. Scattered throughout this vista were the various landmarks that Kai had learned to recognize. The twisted remains of pre-war structures, formations created by decades of radiation exposure, and the subtle variations in terrain that indicated areas of particular danger, or conversely, relative safety. Scout approached Kai's position, his enhanced senses detecting something that required their leader's attention. The dog's behavior indicated discovery rather than alarm, suggesting the presence of other living beings in the distance rather than immediate danger. Kai followed Scout's focused gaze across the landscape, their own ghoul-enhanced perception gradually resolving distant movement that would have been invisible to unmodified human vision. Through the morning haze, Kai could distinguish a small group of figures moving awkwardly across the treacherous terrain, their progress suggesting unfamiliarity with the glowing sea's unique challenges. The distinctive silhouettes of their clothing and equipment identified them as children of Atom, religious pilgrims who revered radiation as a divine force, but often lacked the practical knowledge needed to survive safely in environments like the glowing sea. Their erratic movement patterns indicated they were lost, possibly separated from their intended destination by the previous night's minor radiation storm. Kai considered the situation with the patient evaluation that characterized all their decisions. The children of Atom deserved respect for their sincere faith, even when that faith led them into dangerous situations beyond their ability to handle safely. Their religious interpretation of radiation differed significantly from Kai's practical understanding, but both perspectives recognized the transformative power of the forces that had reshaped the post-war world. The difference lay in approach. Where the children often embraced radiation recklessly as a test of faith, Kai had learned to work with it as a natural force, requiring understanding and respect. The pack sensed Kai's decision before it was verbally communicated, their enhanced intelligence allowing them to interpret subtle changes in their leader's posture and attention. As Kai began moving toward the distant figures, the dogs automatically adjusted their formation to provide appropriate support for a rescue operation. Scouts ranging ahead to assess potential dangers, while the others positioned themselves to assist with whatever challenges the approaching encounter might present. The journey across the intervening terrain required careful navigation, as the most direct route passed through areas of unstable radiation that could prove dangerous, even to beings adapted to such conditions. Kai selected a longer but safer path, using landmarks invisible to most travelers to guide their approach. The dogs followed with perfect trust, their own enhanced senses confirming the wisdom of their leader's route selection. As they drew closer, Kai could observe the pilgrim's condition more clearly. 4 individuals in the distinctive robes of the Children of Atom, their leader a woman whose bearing suggested both authority and growing concern about their situation. The group showed signs of extended exposure to higher radiation levels than their bodies could comfortably process, though their condition had not yet reached the critical stage that would require immediate medical intervention. More pressing was their obvious disorientation and the depletion of their supplies, suggesting they had been wandering lost for at least 2 days. Kai approached the group with careful deliberation, their movements designed to communicate peaceful intent while avoiding actions that might startle people already stressed by their circumstances. The dogs maintained their positions at a respectful distance, their calm behavior helping to establish an atmosphere of safety rather than threat. Years of experience had taught Kai that successful assistance often depended as much on managing people's emotional reactions as on addressing their practical needs. "Peace be with you, brothers and sisters," Kai called out as they came within comfortable speaking distance, using the traditional greeting of the Children of Atom to establish immediate rapport. "I am Kai, and these are my companions. We noticed your party from a distance and wanted to offer assistance if you require it." The leader of the pilgrims, a woman whose intelligent eyes reflected both relief and caution, stepped forward to respond. "I am Sister Catherine, and we are grateful for your appearance in our time of need. We have been seeking the sacred grove that was described in Brother Marcus's writings, but the storm 2 nights ago seems to have altered our bearings. We find ourselves uncertain of our direction." Kai nodded understandingly, recognizing both the sincerity of Catherine's faith and the practical challenges her group faced. The sacred grove she mentioned was indeed a real location, an area where pre-war botanical experiments had created unique plant communities that thrived in high radiation environments. However, reaching it required navigation skills that few possessed, and the recent storm had indeed altered some of the landmarks that pilgrims typically used for guidance. "The sacred grove is a place of great beauty and power," Kai replied, choosing their words to respect the religious framework through which Catherine understood their destination. "However, the path requires careful attention to the signs that guide safe passage through these transformed lands. If you would accept our guidance, we can lead you there safely while teaching you to recognize the markers that will help in future journeys." Sister Catherine's relief was evident, though Kai could see her evaluating the unusual nature of their would-be guide. Kai's ghoulified appearance and the pack of mutated dogs presented a striking contrast to the human pilgrims Catherine was accustomed to encountering. However, her practical intelligence recognized that survival in the glowing sea required accepting help from whatever sources Providence provided, regardless of their conformity to conventional expectations. "We would be honored to accept your guidance," Catherine replied formally. "Your knowledge of these sacred lands is clearly superior to our own, and we are humbled by your willingness to assist fellow travelers in need." The other pilgrims, Brother Thomas, Sister Maria, and young Brother David, gathered around as Kai began explaining the basics of navigation in the glowing sea. Their attention was complete, recognizing that their survival might depend on understanding principles that went far beyond their previous religious education. Kai's teaching style emphasized respect for the environment rather than conquest of it, an approach that resonated with the children's own reverence for atomic power. "The key to safe travel here," Kai explained, gesturing toward formations that appeared random to untrained eyes, "lies in reading the relationships between different elements of the landscape. Radiation flows like water, following patterns that create areas of relative safety and zones of dangerous concentration. Learning to recognize these patterns allows you to plan routes that honor the power of the atom while protecting your physical forms. As they began walking together, Kai continued their instruction, pointing out subtle variations in crystal formations that indicated radiation levels, explaining how atmospheric conditions affected visibility and safety, and demonstrating the techniques they used to predict weather changes that could create hazardous conditions with little warning. The pilgrims absorbed this information eagerly, their religious framework adapting to accommodate practical knowledge that enhanced rather than contradicted their spiritual understanding. Scout and the other dogs gradually earned the pilgrims' acceptance through their obviously intelligent behavior and clear devotion to Kai's leadership. Brother David, the youngest of the group, showed particular fascination with the animals' remarkable adaptations, asking questions that demonstrated genuine curiosity rather than fear about their mutations. His attitude helped the other pilgrims overcome their initial unease about traveling with creatures that conventional wisdom might classify as dangerous abominations. "They're not mindless beasts," Kai explained as they watched Scout's precise navigation around a field of unstable radiation crystals. "The atom's touch has enhanced their natural intelligence, allowing them to understand concepts that would challenge many humans. They've learned to see this environment as their home, rather than an obstacle to be overcome." The journey toward the sacred grove proceeded steadily, with Kai adjusting their pace to accommodate the pilgrims' limited experience with glowing sea travel. Their route took advantage of relatively stable terrain, while avoiding areas where recent geological activity had created new hazards. The dogs performed their various specialized functions, Scout continuing to navigate, Luna monitoring for nocturnal predators that might pose threats during rest periods, Copper providing early warning of atmospheric changes that could affect visibility or radiation levels. As afternoon approached, they reached a natural shelter formation that Kai had used many times during previous expeditions, a cluster of crystalline outcroppings that created a protected area suitable for rest and refreshment. The location offered good visibility in all directions, while providing natural barriers against both radiation exposure and the various creatures that inhabited the glowing sea. More importantly, it contained a small spring whose water, while mildly radioactive, remained safe for consumption by those adapted to wasteland conditions. The pilgrims settled gratefully into the shelter, their energy clearly depleted by the morning's travel through challenging terrain. Kai shared provisions from their pack while the dogs established a perimeter watch, their enhanced senses ensuring that the group could rest safely despite the inherent dangers of their environment. The atmosphere gradually relaxed as the immediate pressure of navigation. Sister Catherine used this opportunity to learn more about their unusual guide, her questions revealing both genuine curiosity and the practical intelligence that had made her a leader among her religious community. "Your knowledge of these lands is remarkable," she observed. "Have you lived here long enough to witness the changes that divine atomic power has wrought?" Kai considered how to answer truthfully, while respecting Catherine's religious interpretation of their shared environment. "I have been blessed with the atom's transformative touch," they replied, using language that acknowledged both the physical reality of their ghoulification and Catherine's spiritual framework for understanding such changes. "This blessing has allowed me to perceive aspects of these lands that remain hidden to those who have not received similar gifts. The creatures and I have learned to live in harmony with the forces that shape this realm." The conversation continued as the afternoon progressed, with Kai sharing stories of their experiences in the glowing sea, while the pilgrims described their own spiritual journey toward understanding atomic power. The exchange revealed common ground between their different approaches. Both recognized the transformative potential of radiation though they interpreted its significance through different conceptual frameworks. Kai's practical understanding complemented the pilgrims' spiritual reverence, creating a dialogue that enriched both perspectives. Brother Thomas proved particularly interested in Kai's methods for communicating with the glowing sea's wildlife, having observed the remarkable coordination between the ghoul and their canine companions. How do you achieve such understanding with creatures that others fear as dangerous mutations, he asked. Patience and respect, Kai replied simply. Most people approach the Atom's children with fear or hostility, expecting them to behave like the creatures that existed before the Great Transformation. But these beings have evolved new capabilities and intelligence. By learning to communicate in ways they understand, by offering friendship rather than dominance, you can discover that they are often more willing to cooperate than to fight. To demonstrate this principle, Kai called Scout over and began showing the pilgrims how the dog's enhanced intelligence allowed for complex communication through gestures, vocal tones, and even basic symbolic representations drawn in the crystalline sand. The pilgrims watched with fascination as Scout responded to increasingly sophisticated commands, clearly understanding concepts that went far beyond simple obedience training. As evening approached, they resumed their journey toward the sacred grove, the changing light creating spectacular visual effects among the glowing sea's unique geological formations. The dog's bioluminescent patches became more pronounced as darkness fell, providing gentle illumination that helped guide the group's progress across terrain that would have been treacherous in complete darkness. Their path now followed routes that Kai had traveled many times, approaching the sacred grove from the direction that provided the safest access to its remarkable flora. The sacred grove itself exceeded even the pilgrims' expectations, revealing itself as a natural cathedral where pre-war botanical experiments had created plant communities of extraordinary beauty and spiritual significance. Trees whose bark glowed with soft phosphorescence rose from soil that sparkled with beneficial minerals, while flowering plants created patterns of light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with some cosmic heartbeat. The entire area radiated a sense of peace and wonder that justified the pilgrims' long journey to reach it. "This is indeed a place of great power and beauty," Sister Catherine breathed, her voice filled with the reverence appropriate to a significant spiritual destination. "The Atom's creative force has produced wonders that surpass anything we might have imagined." Kai nodded agreement, their own appreciation for the grove's beauty enhanced by years of studying its unique ecosystem. "This place demonstrates the potential for transformation and renewal that exists within atomic power," they explained. "The plants here have learned to not merely survive, but flourish through their relationship with radiation, creating beauty that could never have existed in the world before the Great Change." The pilgrims spent the evening exploring the grove under Kai's careful guidance, learning about the various plant species and their remarkable adaptations, while maintaining appropriate respect for the sanctity of the location. The dogs remained vigilant but relaxed, their enhanced senses confirming that this area remained free from the dangers that characterized many regions of the glowing sea. The atmosphere was one of wonder and peaceful discovery rather than the tension that had marked their earlier travels. As night deepened, they established a comfortable camp within the grove's natural protections, the glowing plants providing sufficient illumination for their needs, while creating an almost ethereal ambience. The pilgrims conducted their evening prayers with particular fervor, their religious observances enhanced by the undeniable spiritual power of their surroundings. Kai participated respectfully, recognizing that their own practical relationship with atomic forces shared common elements with the pilgrims' more mystical approach. The conversation around their evening meal revealed how much the pilgrims' understanding had evolved during their day of travel with Kai. Their initial fear of the glowing sea's dangers had been replaced by appreciation for its complex beauty, while their relationship with mutated creatures had shifted from avoidance to cautious respect. Most significantly, they had begun to integrate practical knowledge with their spiritual framework, developing a more nuanced understanding of how to honor atomic power while maintaining personal safety. Your guidance has taught us that reverence and wisdom must walk together, Sister Catherine observed. Pure faith without understanding can lead to unnecessary suffering, while knowledge without respect fails to appreciate the sacred nature of the forces we encounter. The balance you demonstrate offers a path that honors both devotion and practical wisdom. Brother David's questions had evolved throughout the day from fearful curiosity to genuine interest in learning more about sustainable living in radiated environments. Could settlements learn to thrive in places like this, he asked. Not just survive, but actually prosper by working with atomic power rather than fighting against it. Kai considered this question carefully, recognizing its significance for both practical and spiritual reasons. The answer lies in patience and willingness to adapt, they replied. The creatures and plants that flourish here succeeded because they learned to work with radiation rather than resist it. Human communities that embrace similar principles, that see the atom's gift as an opportunity for transformation rather than a curse to be endured, could indeed develop remarkable capabilities. The night passed peacefully within the sacred grove's protected environment, with the pack maintaining watch while the pilgrims enjoyed the most restful sleep they had experienced since beginning their journey into the glowing sea. The glowing plants provided a gentle luminescence that made navigation possible, while avoiding the harsh artificial lighting that might disturb the area's natural rhythms. The entire scene represented a perfect synthesis of spiritual significance and practical comfort. Dawn in the sacred grove revealed new aspects of its beauty as the early light interacted with the phosphorescent plants to create color combinations that existed nowhere else in the world. The pilgrims spent their final morning in this sacred space, conducting a ceremony of gratitude, their prayers acknowledging both the divine atomic forces that had created such beauty and the practical guidance that had enabled them to reach this destination safely. Our time here has been a blessing beyond our expectations, Sister Catherine told Kai as they prepared to depart. Not only have we reached our intended destination, but we have gained understanding that will transform how we approach our relationship with atomic power. Your teaching has shown us that wisdom and faith can strengthen each other rather than compete. The journey toward the glowing sea's edge proceeded with much greater confidence than the pilgrims' original travels had demonstrated. Their day of instruction had provided them with fundamental skills for recognizing safe routes and avoiding dangerous areas, while their experience with the dogs had overcome their fears about the glowing sea's mutated wildlife. More importantly, their evolving understanding of radiation as a transformative force, rather than simply a hazard, had given them a more sophisticated framework for making decisions in challenging environments. Kai's teaching continued as they traveled, building on the previous day's foundation with more advanced concepts about reading atmospheric conditions, interpreting the behavior of native wildlife, and understanding the seasonal patterns that affected safety and navigation in different regions. The pilgrims proved to be excellent students, their religious dedication translating into serious commitment to mastering knowledge that could save their lives in future expeditions. As they approached the glowing sea's boundary with more conventional wasteland territory, the landscape gradually shifted from the extreme transformations characteristic of the atomic crater's heart to the more familiar challenges of standard post-war environments. This transition provided opportunities for Kai to explain how the principles they had learned could be adapted to less extreme conditions, extending the value of their education beyond the unique requirements of the glowing sea itself. The settlement where the pilgrims intended to establish their base was visible in the distance. A small community of the faithful who had chosen to live near the glowing sea in order to maintain close contact with what they viewed as the source of atomic power. The buildings showed clear adaptations to their environment, with architecture designed to provide protection from radiation while allowing the community to pursue their spiritual practices in proximity to the forces they revered. As they approached the settlement's outskirts, other children of the atom emerged to greet the returning pilgrims, their relief evident as they saw that the delayed party had arrived safely. However, their attention was quickly captured by the unusual nature of their companions. Kai's ghoulified appearance and the pack of remarkable dogs prompted questions and expressions of wonder from community members who had never seen such clear examples of beneficial adaptation to atomic condition. Sister Catherine took the lead in introducing Kai to her community, describing the journey and emphasizing the practical knowledge they had gained through their guide's generous instruction. Her account emphasized the compatibility between Kai's understanding and their own religious framework, presenting the ghoul as someone whose transformation had granted them special insight into atomic power, rather than marking them as an outsider to be feared or avoided. Kai has shown us that the atom's gifts extend far beyond what we previously understood, Catherine explained to the gathering crowd. Their knowledge of how to live in harmony with radiation, how to communicate with the atom's transformed children, and how to find beauty and sustenance in even the most challenging environments, represents wisdom that can strengthen our entire community's relationship with divine atomic power. The community's leader, Elder Morrison, approached Kai with obvious curiosity and respect. His weathered features reflected years of living in close proximity to radioactive environments, while his bearing demonstrated the authority that came from successfully guiding a religious community through the practical challenges of wasteland existence. Your guidance of our pilgrims is a gift we cannot adequately repay, Elder Morrison said formally. Would you consider sharing more of your knowledge with our community? We strive to live in accordance with atomic power, but we recognize that our understanding remains incomplete compared to what you have achieved. Kai considered this invitation carefully, recognizing both the opportunity to share beneficial knowledge and the responsibility that such teaching would entail. The Children of Atom's sincere faith provided a foundation for understanding that could support practical education, while their community structure offered the stability needed for implementing new approaches to radiation management and environmental adaptation. I would be honored to share what I have learned, Kai replied. However, this knowledge comes with responsibilities. Working with atomic power requires patience, respect, and careful attention to safety. Those who would learn these techniques must be prepared to embrace change and abandon approaches that no longer serve their well-being. Elder Morrison nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the wisdom in Kai's cautious approach. Our community values both devotion and practical wisdom. We understand that true reverence requires not just faith, but also understanding of how to honor the forces we serve. If you would consent to remain with us for a time, we would be grateful for whatever instruction you could provide. The proposal appealed to Kai's sense of purpose, offering an opportunity to extend their mission of guidance and education beyond the individual assistance they typically provided to lost travelers. The Children of Atom's community represented a stable foundation for implementing larger-scale applications of the principles they had developed through years of living in harmony with the glowing sea's transformed environment. The dogs seemed to sense Kai's decision, their relaxed behavior indicating approval of the extended stay. Scout approached Elder Morrison with cautious friendliness, demonstrating the intelligence and social adaptability that had made the pack such effective ambassadors for Kai's approach to human-animal cooperation in radioactive environments. As the sun set over the settlement, painting the sky with the characteristic green-tinged colors that marked the boundary between the glowing sea and conventional wasteland territory, Kai found themselves surrounded by eager students, ready to learn new approaches to living in harmony with atomic power. The day had begun with a simple rescue mission, but had evolved into something far more significant: the establishment of a permanent base for sharing knowledge that could transform how entire communities approached the challenges and opportunities of the post-war world. The evening progressed with detailed discussions about practical applications of Kai's techniques, from improved methods of radiation monitoring and protection to more effective approaches for cultivating food in contaminated environments. The community's existing knowledge provided a solid foundation for understanding more advanced concepts, while their religious framework offered motivation for the patient practice required to master new skills. Sister Catherine proved instrumental in translating Kai's technical knowledge into language that resonated with her community's spiritual understanding, helping to bridge any conceptual gaps between practical and mystical approaches to atomic power. Her own learning experience had prepared her perfectly for this mediating role, allowing her to demonstrate how enhanced understanding could strengthen rather than challenge religious devotion. As the night deepened and the glowing sea's aurora-like effects became visible on the horizon, Kai reflected on the day's unexpected developments. What had begun as routine assistance to lost travelers had evolved into the establishment of a new base for their educational mission. The children of Atom's sincere faith and practical intelligence made them ideal partners for developing broader applications of the harmony-based principles that had guided Kai's own successful adaptation to post-war conditions. The dogs settled comfortably around the settlement's perimeter, their presence welcomed by community members, who had quickly recognized their intelligence and beneficial nature. Scout's easy acceptance of the children who approached him with curious questions demonstrated the potential for these remarkable animals to serve as ambassadors for broader understanding of beneficial mutation and adaptation. Looking toward the future, Kai could envision expanded possibilities for their mission, training programs that could prepare other guides for work in challenging environments, agricultural techniques that could help communities thrive in areas previously considered uninhabitable, and communication methods that could foster cooperation between human settlements and the various intelligent species that had emerged from atomic transformation. The stars wheeled overhead in their eternal patterns, indifferent to the human struggles and adaptations playing out beneath them. Yet within the small settlement at the edge of the glowing sea, new forms of understanding were taking root, approaches that honored both spiritual reverence and practical wisdom, that embraced transformation rather than mourning what had been lost, and that recognized the potential for beauty and cooperation even in the world's most challenging environment. As Kai prepared for sleep in the modest quarters the community had provided, their last conscious thought was of gratitude for the unexpected opportunities that had emerged from a simple act of compassion. Tomorrow would bring new students, new challenges, and new possibilities for demonstrating that adaptation and understanding could triumph over fear and resistance, transforming even the atomic wasteland into a realm of wonder and hope. While Kai settles into their new role as teacher and guide for the children of Atom community, sharing wisdom about harmony and adaptation in the transformed world, far across the glowing sea, another solitary figure tends to a different kind of sanctuary. In a reinforced ranger station that has become a repository of memory and knowledge, Thomas Martinez continues his patient work of preservation, ensuring that the stories of both the lost world and the emerging one will not be forgotten. As night falls over Kai's expanding mission of education and understanding, our next tale beckons from the quiet halls where the past speaks to the future. Join us for The Memory Keeper. The first light of dawn broke over the glowing sea with its characteristic ethereal quality, casting long shadows across the crystalline formations that dotted the landscape like ancient monuments to humanity's atomic legacy. Within this transformed wilderness, where most saw only desolation and danger, stood a modest building that had weathered centuries of radioactive storms with remarkable resilience. The reinforced ranger station that had once served as a modest outpost for monitoring the region's natural beauty now served a far more precious purpose, as a sanctuary for memory itself. Thomas Martinez emerged from the station's heavy steel door, his ghoulified form moving with the deliberate care of someone who had learned to appreciate each day's opportunities, rather than take them for granted. The radiation that had transformed his body over the decades following the Great War had also granted him something invaluable: time. While his human appearance had been forever altered, his mind remained sharp and his memory intact, allowing him to serve as a living bridge between the world that had been and the world that was slowly emerging from atomic devastation. The morning air carried the distinctive metallic tang of the glowing sea's atmosphere, a scent that had become as familiar to Thomas as the pine forests had been in his previous life as a park ranger. He paused on the station's reinforced observation deck, allowing his enhanced senses to survey the surrounding landscape for any changes that might affect the day's activities. The perpetual green-tinged light revealed familiar landmarks, the twisted remains of communication towers, formations of radioactive crystal that had grown during the night, and the distant movement of the adapted wildlife that had learned to thrive in this transformed environment. This daily observation ritual had become Thomas's way of maintaining connection with the dynamic ecosystem that surrounded his repository of memory. Each morning brought subtle changes to the landscape, evidence of the ongoing evolution that characterized the post-war world. Rather than mourning the loss of the natural beauty he had once protected, Thomas had developed an appreciation for the different but equally remarkable forms of beauty that had emerged from atomic transformation. Returning inside the station, Thomas began his morning routine with the same methodical precision that had characterized his work as a park ranger. However, instead of monitoring wildlife populations and trail conditions, his attention now focused on the precious collection of artifacts, documents, and recorded memories that filled every available space within the reinforced structure. Shelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling, each one carefully organized to preserve both pre-war relics and post-war testimonies in conditions that would protect them from the harsh environment outside. The main room of the station had been transformed into a carefully curated museum, with displays that told the story of the region both before and after the Great War. Pre-war photographs showed the area as it had been: rolling hills covered with forests, clear streams flowing through pristine valleys, families enjoying picnics in parks that Thomas had personally maintained. These images shared space with post-war documentation, photographs of the first survivors, recordings of their stories, artifacts that represented humanity's remarkable resilience in the face of unprecedented challenges. Thomas' morning inspection began with the environmental controls that maintained proper temperature and humidity for document preservation. The pre-war climate systems had been modified with post-war improvements, creating storage conditions that could protect fragile materials from both radioactive degradation and conventional deterioration. His technical knowledge, acquired through decades of maintaining the station's complex systems, had enabled him to create one of the most sophisticated archives in the post-war world. Moving through the collection with practiced efficiency, Thomas checked on particularly valuable or fragile items, adjusting storage conditions as needed and making notes about any materials that required special attention. A section of pre-war maps showed the region as it had been surveyed and documented before the bombs fell, while adjacent displays featured his own careful cartography of the transformed landscape. The juxtaposition illustrated both the magnitude of change and the continuity of human efforts to understand and document their environment. The personal effects section contained some of the most poignant elements of Thomas's collection. Items donated by survivors and their descendants, each one representing individual stories of loss, adaptation, and hope. A child's toy from a family that had sheltered in the station during the first desperate years after the war sat beside a wedding ring that had been removed from a loved one who didn't survive the radiation exposure. These artifacts served as tangible connections to the human cost of the atomic catastrophe, ensuring that individual stories would not be lost to the passage of time. Thomas's own contribution to the collection filled several dedicated sections, including his detailed journals documenting the region's transformation over the decades following the war. His unique perspective as both a pre-war ranger and a post-war survivor had allowed him to record changes that would otherwise have gone unnoticed, creating an invaluable historical record of ecological and social adaptation. These journals contained not only factual observations, but also philosophical reflections on the nature of change, loss, and the human capacity for adaptation. The technical documentation section reflected Thomas's commitment to preserving practical knowledge alongside historical materials. Detailed manuals for maintaining the station's systems shared space with guides to recognizing and avoiding radioactive hazards, while survival techniques developed by early post-war communities were carefully preserved for future generations. This practical knowledge represented the hard-won wisdom that had enabled human civilization to begin its slow recovery from near extinction. As the morning progressed, Thomas focused his attention on the station's communication equipment, monitoring radio frequencies for any signs of travelers who might be approaching his location. The glowing sea's extreme conditions meant that visitors were rare, but when they did arrive, they often carried stories or artifacts that could enhance his collection. His policy of offering shelter and assistance to peaceful travelers had gradually built a network of contacts throughout the Commonwealth, people who knew that the Memory Keepers Station represented both safety and the preservation of their personal histories. The radio monitoring revealed the usual background chatter of distant settlements, traders coordinating their routes, and the occasional distress calls that reminded Thomas of the dangers that still plagued the post-war world. However, one transmission caught his attention, a clear signal from someone requesting information about pre-war Boston, specifically seeking historical documentation for academic research. The professional tone and specific focus suggested a serious researcher rather than a casual curiosity seeker. Thomas responded to the transmission with characteristic caution, providing general information about his archive, while requesting more details about the researcher's specific interests and credentials. The response came quickly. A young historian named Riley Chen, working to document the social structures and cultural practices of pre-war Boston for a comprehensive study of how communities had adapted to post-war conditions. The researcher's obvious knowledge and serious approach to historical documentation impressed Thomas, suggesting someone who would appreciate the significance of his collection. After confirming Riley's credentials and discussing the logistical challenges of traveling to the glowing sea, Thomas extended an invitation for the researcher to visit his archive. Such opportunities for scholarly collaboration were rare, and Thomas recognized the value of working with someone who possessed both the academic training to properly interpret historical materials and the dedication to undertake a dangerous journey for the sake of knowledge preservation. The remainder of the morning was spent in preparation for Riley's anticipated arrival, with Thomas selecting materials that would be most relevant to the researcher's stated interests, while ensuring that the most fragile items were properly protected. The process of preparation reminded him of his pre-war work organizing educational programs for park visitors, though the stakes were considerably higher given the irreplaceable nature of many items in his collection. Thomas used the afternoon hours for his own research and documentation activities, working on a comprehensive catalogue of his collection that would serve as both an organizational tool and a historical record in its own right. Each item in the archive had been carefully documented, with detailed descriptions, provenance information, and contextual notes that would help future researchers understand not only what the artifacts were, but also why they were significant to the broader story of human survival and adaptation. The cataloguing work required the same attention to detail that had characterized Thomas's pre-war scientific observations, but with the added dimension of historical interpretation. A simple photograph might require extensive research to identify the people and places depicted, while a handwritten letter might need careful analysis to understand its significance within the broader context of post-war social development. Thomas approached each item with the reverence due to irreplaceable historical evidence, recognizing that his work might represent the only chance to preserve certain stories for future generations. As evening approached, Thomas turned his attention to the station's observation deck, where he maintained weather monitoring equipment that helped him track the radiation storms and atmospheric disturbances that regularly swept across the glowing sea. This practical work served multiple purposes, ensuring the safety of his collection, providing valuable data for anyone traveling through the region, and maintaining the connection to environmental observation that had defined his pre-war career. The deck also served as Thomas's personal retreat, a place where he could observe the strange beauty of the transformed landscape while reflecting on the deeper meaning of his preservation work. The view from the station revealed the glowing sea in all its terrible majesty, endless miles of crystalline formations that sparkled in the perpetual green-tinged light, creating a landscape that was both beautiful and profoundly alien compared to the natural forests that had once covered the region. During these evening observation periods, Thomas often found himself contemplating the philosophical implications of his work. The atomic catastrophe had destroyed much of human civilization, but it had also revealed the remarkable resilience of both human nature and the natural world. His collection documented not only what had been lost, but also what had been preserved, adapted, and newly created in response to unprecedented challenges. The story it told was one of tragedy and triumph, loss and discovery, endings and beginnings. The night sounds of the glowing sea provided a subtle backdrop to these reflections. The distant calls of mutated wildlife, the gentle crackling of radioactive formations, and the soft hum of the station's systems maintaining their vigilant protection of the precious materials within. These sounds had become as familiar to Thomas as the nighttime chorus of natural wildlife had been in his previous life, representing the unique character of the world that had emerged from atomic transformation. Thomas's evening routine included updating his personal journal with observations from the day, a practice that had continued unbroken since the early years following the war. These entries served multiple purposes, documenting his own experiences as a survivor, recording changes in the environment and visitor patterns, and providing a forum for processing the emotional weight of his preservation work. The accumulated journals represented a unique historical record of long-term survival and adaptation in one of the post-war world's most challenging environments. As he prepared for sleep, Thomas took one final tour of his collection, checking security systems and ensuring that all materials were properly protected for the night. This ritual provided both practical security and emotional comfort, reassuring him that the memories and knowledge he had dedicated his life to preserving would continue to survive the passage of time. The collection represented more than historical artifacts. It was a testament to human resilience and a promise that the stories of both triumph and tragedy would not be forgotten. The following morning brought clear skies and stable atmospheric conditions, perfect weather for a traveler attempting to reach the station from the Commonwealth's safer regions. Thomas's radio monitoring confirmed that Riley Chen had begun the journey, following the detailed route instructions that Thomas had provided to ensure safe passage through the glowing sea's hazardous terrain. The researchers' progress reports demonstrated proper preparation and cautious attention to safety protocols, confirming Thomas's positive assessment of their professionalism. Thomas spent the morning hours preparing for Riley's arrival, organizing materials that would be most relevant to their research, while ensuring that the station's guest facilities were ready to accommodate an extended stay. The process of selection required careful consideration of both historical significance and practical accessibility, as many of the most valuable items in his collection were also the most fragile and required special handling procedures. The approach of a visitor to the station created a unique form of anticipation for Thomas, whose solitary existence was rarely interrupted by outside contact. While he valued the peace and focus that isolation provided for his preservation work, he also recognized the importance of sharing knowledge with qualified researchers who could help ensure that the materials he had collected would continue to serve their educational and memorial purposes beyond his own lifetime. Riley's arrival at the station was marked by obvious awe at the sight of Thomas's comprehensive collection, the researcher's professional composure giving way to genuine wonder at the scope and quality of the materials that had been preserved. Thomas found satisfaction in this reaction, recognizing it as the response of someone who truly understood the significance of historical preservation and the extraordinary effort required to maintain such a collection in the harsh conditions of the glowing sea. "This is incredible," Riley said, their voice reflecting a mixture of professional excitement and personal reverence. "I've studied pre-war documentation from libraries and museums throughout the Commonwealth, but nothing approaches the comprehensiveness of what you've accomplished here. The integration of pre-war materials with post-war testimonies creates a complete historical narrative that I've never seen elsewhere." Thomas nodded with quiet satisfaction, appreciating Riley's immediate understanding of the collection's unique value. The goal has always been to preserve not just individual artifacts, but the complete story of how this region and its people have changed over time. Understanding the present requires knowledge of the past, while appreciating the past requires understanding of how it connects to ongoing human experience. The formal introduction to the collection began with Thomas's carefully prepared overview, explaining the organizational principles that guided the archive and the safety protocols that protected both the materials and their users. Riley's questions revealed both serious academic preparation and genuine appreciation for the practical challenges of maintaining such a collection in the glowing sea's extreme environment. As they moved through the various sections of the archive, Thomas found himself sharing stories that he had not discussed with anyone for years. Riley's informed questions prompted deeper reflections on the meaning of specific artifacts, and the broader patterns they revealed about human adaptation to post-war conditions. The researchers' academic training provided a framework for analysis that complemented Thomas's intuitive understanding of the materials, creating a productive collaboration between different forms of expertise. The pre-war documentation section proved particularly fascinating to Riley, whose research had been limited by the scarcity of complete records from the period immediately before the Great War. Thomas's collection included not only official documents but also personal materials that provided insight into the daily lives and concerns of ordinary people during the final years of the Old World. These intimate glimpses into pre-war life offered context that academic sources typically lack. "These personal letters and diaries are extraordinary," Riley observed, carefully examining a collection of correspondence between family members separated by the growing international tensions that preceded the war. People provide evidence of how ordinary people understood and responded to the political developments that led to the atomic catastrophe. Most academic sources focus on official policies and public statements, but these materials reveal the human experience behind the historical events. Thomas smiled at Riley's enthusiasm, recognizing the same excitement that had driven his own historical research over the decades. "The personal materials often reveal truths that official records obscure," he agreed. "People's private thoughts and feelings provide insights into the real impact of historical events that you can't find in government documents or newspaper reports." The afternoon was devoted to Riley's examination of materials directly relevant to their research focus, with Thomas serving as both guide and interpreter for items that required contextual knowledge to understand properly. The researchers' careful handling of fragile materials and respectful approach to sensitive personal items confirmed Thomas's assessment of their professional competence and ethical standards. As the day progressed, Thomas found himself sharing not only factual information about his collection, but also philosophical reflections on the nature of memory and preservation. Riley's questions about the emotional challenges of maintaining such a comprehensive record of loss and survival prompted Thomas to articulate thoughts that he had rarely expressed to others. "The hardest part," Thomas explained as they examined a section devoted to families that had not survived the first years after the war, "is maintaining hope while documenting tragedy. Every item in this collection represents someone's story, and many of those stories end in loss, but preserving them serves a purpose beyond mourning. It ensures that the sacrifices and struggles of the past continue to inform and inspire future generations." Riley nodded thoughtfully, their own research having revealed similar patterns of loss and resilience throughout the Commonwealth. "Your work provides something that pure academic research cannot: the emotional truth of historical experience. These materials help us understand not just what happened, but what it felt like to live through such unprecedented challenges." The evening brought a shift in their work from examination of specific materials to broader discussions about the implications of Thomas's collection for understanding post-war social development. Riley's academic training provided analytical frameworks that helped Thomas see new patterns in materials he had been collecting for decades, while Thomas's intimate knowledge of the artifacts revealed connections that might have been overlooked by someone less familiar with their context. "What strikes me most," Riley observed as they reviewed Thomas's extensive documentation of post-war community formation, "is how your collection demonstrates the continuity of human values, even under extreme circumstances. Despite the catastrophic changes, people continued to create families, build communities, and preserve what they valued from the past, while adapting to new realities." Thomas appreciated this insight, recognizing how Riley's analytical perspective complemented his own intuitive understanding of the materials. "That continuity is what gives me hope," he replied. "The forms of expression may change, but the fundamental human drive to create meaning and connection persists, regardless of external circumstances. Their collaboration continued as the night deepened, with both researcher and archivist finding unexpected insights through their shared examination of the materials. Riley's questions prompted Thomas to consider new interpretations of familiar artifacts, while Thomas's stories provided context that enriched Riley's understanding of the broader historical patterns their research was attempting to document. The second day of Riley's visit was devoted to more technical aspects of archive management, with Thomas demonstrating the preservation techniques he had developed to protect materials in the glowing sea's challenging environment. Riley's academic training included some knowledge of conservation methods, but Thomas's practical experience with radioactive conditions had led to innovations that went beyond conventional archival practices. The radiation actually provides some benefits for preservation, Thomas explained as he showed Riley the specially designed storage containers that protected documents from both radioactive degradation and conventional deterioration. While it creates unique challenges, it also eliminates many of the biological agents that typically threaten paper and textile materials. The key is understanding how to balance protection from harmful effects while taking advantage of the beneficial ones. Riley's fascination with these technical innovations reflected their appreciation for the comprehensive nature of Thomas's achievement. "You've essentially created a completely new field of archival science," they observed. "The methods you've developed could be valuable for preserving materials in other post-war environments throughout the Commonwealth." The suggestion that Thomas's techniques might have broader applications had not occurred to him, given his focus on the specific challenges of his own collection. However, Riley's academic perspective revealed possibilities for sharing knowledge that could benefit other preservation efforts throughout the region. The idea of contributing to broader scholarly and practical applications of his work appealed to Thomas's desire to maximize the impact of his preservation efforts. The afternoon was spent in collaborative work, with Riley assisting Thomas in documenting some of his preservation techniques, while Thomas helped Riley organize materials relevant to their research for easier reference and analysis. The partnership proved mutually beneficial, with each contributor's expertise enhancing the other's work in ways that neither could have achieved alone. "This collaboration has been invaluable," Riley said, as they worked together on cataloging a newly organized section of the collection. "Not only have I gained access to materials that will transform my research, but I've learned approaches to historical analysis that I never encountered in my formal training. Your intuitive understanding of these materials might miss insights that pure academic methodology might miss." Thomas found equal satisfaction in the collaboration, appreciating the fresh perspectives that Riley's questions and observations brought to materials he had been studying for years. "Your analytical framework helps me see patterns that I sensed but couldn't articulate," he replied. The combination of academic training and practical experience creates possibilities that neither approach could achieve independently. As Riley's visit entered its final phase, both researcher and archivist focused on ensuring that the benefits of their collaboration would extend beyond the immediate research period. They worked together to create comprehensive documentation of the materials most relevant to Riley's research, while also developing protocols for future communication and collaboration that would allow their partnership to continue despite the geographical challenges. Thomas's collection included facilities for copying and digitizing materials, equipment that he had assembled over the years to create backup records of the most important items in his archive. Riley's visit provided an opportunity to use these systems more extensively, creating comprehensive records that could be safely transported and studied without risking damage to the original materials. The digital copies will allow me to continue my analysis while sharing these materials with other researchers who might benefit from them, Riley explained as they worked together on the reproduction process. However, I also want to ensure that academic use of these materials acknowledges their source and supports your ongoing preservation work. Thomas appreciated Riley's ethical approach to using the materials, recognizing the importance of maintaining proper attribution and supporting the preservation work that made such research possible. Their discussion of academic protocols and ethical standards revealed shared commitments to responsible scholarship that strengthened Thomas's confidence in their partnership. The evening before Riley's departure was devoted to broader discussions about the future of historical preservation in the post-war world, with both participants sharing their visions for how memory and knowledge could be maintained and transmitted to future generations. Thomas's practical experience with preservation challenges complemented Riley's theoretical understanding of historical methodology, creating a dialogue that illuminated possibilities neither had previously considered. Your work here represents a model for how individual dedication can preserve knowledge that might otherwise disappear, Riley observed, but it also highlights the vulnerability of depending on single individuals for such crucial cultural work. Have you considered ways to ensure that your collection and methods will continue beyond your own lifetime? The question touched on concerns that had increasingly occupied Thomas's thoughts as he contemplated the long-term sustainability of his preservation mission. While his ghoulified physiology granted him an extended lifespan compared to normal humans, he recognized that even his enhanced longevity was finite, and that preparing for succession represented a crucial aspect of his responsibilities. I have been documenting my methods and creating comprehensive catalogues precisely because I recognize that this work must continue beyond my personal involvement, Thomas replied. However, finding someone with both the dedication and the practical skills to maintain such a collection in the glowing sea's conditions presents significant challenges. Their conversation continued late into the night, exploring various approaches to ensuring the long-term sustainability of Thomas's preservation work. Riley's academic connections provided possibilities for institutional support, while Thomas's practical knowledge offered insights into the specific requirements for maintaining such a collection in challenging environmental conditions. The morning of Riley's departure brought a mixture of satisfaction and melancholy, as both researcher and archivist recognized the value of their collaboration while acknowledging the practical limitations that would restrict future opportunities for such intensive partnership. However, their work together had established a foundation for ongoing communication and cooperation that would allow their relationship to continue despite geographical separation. Thomas provided Riley with carefully prepared copies of materials most relevant to their research, along with detailed documentation that would support proper analysis and attribution. More importantly, he gave Riley a comprehensive overview of his preservation methods and organizational principles, knowledge that could be applied to other historical preservation efforts throughout the Commonwealth. This visit has transformed my understanding of what's possible in post-war historical research, Riley said as they prepared to depart. Not only have I gained access to materials that will enhance my specific research, but I've learned approaches to preservation and analysis that will influence all my future work. Your dedication to maintaining these memories serves as an inspiration for anyone committed to preserving knowledge and culture. Thomas found deep satisfaction in Riley's words, recognizing that their collaboration had achieved his fundamental goal of ensuring that the memories and knowledge he had preserved would continue to serve educational and memorial purposes beyond his own lifetime. The researcher's commitment to responsible use of the materials and acknowledgement of their source provided assurance that his work would be properly honored and continued. As Riley disappeared into the morning mist that perpetually shrouded the glowing sea's landscape, Thomas returned to his daily routine with renewed purpose and energy. The visit had provided not only personal satisfaction, but also practical insights into ways that his preservation work could have broader impact and influence. The researcher's questions and observations had prompted him to consider new approaches to documentation and organization that would make his collection more accessible to future researchers. The days following Riley's departure were devoted to implementing improvements suggested by their collaboration, with Thomas refining his cataloging systems and preservation techniques based on insights gained from their partnership. The work proceeded with enhanced focus, as Thomas recognized that each improvement to his methods and organization brought the collection closer to achieving its full potential as a resource for understanding and preserving human memory. The radio contact with Riley continued regularly, with the researcher providing updates on their analysis of the copied materials, while Thomas shared news of new additions to his collection and refinements to his preservation methods. This ongoing communication maintained the collaborative relationship they had established, ensuring that the benefits of their partnership would continue to develop over time. Several weeks after Riley's departure, Thomas received an unexpected radio transmission from a group of researchers who had learned about his collection through Riley's academic network. The inquiry came from a consortium of scholars working to establish a comprehensive archive of post-war cultural development, researchers who were interested in both accessing Thomas's materials and learning from his preservation methods. The prospect of expanded scholarly collaboration excited Thomas, representing the realization of hopes he had maintained for years about the broader impact his work might achieve. However, he also recognized the need for careful evaluation of any partnership to ensure that increased access would not compromise the security and integrity of his irreplaceable collection. Thomas's response to the inquiry reflected the same cautious approach he had taken with Riley, requesting detailed information about the researcher's credentials and intentions, while providing general information about his collection and preservation methods. The correspondence that followed revealed a group of serious scholars whose commitment to responsible research and ethical treatment of historical materials matched the standards Thomas had established for his own work. The possibility of broader collaboration prompted Thomas to consider significant expansions to his preservation and documentation efforts, improvements that would make his collection more accessible to legitimate researchers while maintaining the security and integrity that had protected it for decades. These developments represented the evolution of his work from personal mission to broader cultural institution, a transformation that honored both his individual dedication and the collective importance of the memories he had preserved. As autumn settled over the glowing sea, bringing subtle changes to the perpetual atmospheric conditions that characterized the region, Thomas found himself looking toward a future that held greater promise for the continued impact of his preservation work than he had ever imagined possible. The collaboration with Riley had demonstrated that his decades of careful collection and documentation could indeed serve the broader purpose of enhancing human understanding of both the past and the possibilities for the future. The station's observation deck provided the perfect vantage point for contemplating these developments, with the transformed landscape of the glowing sea stretching endlessly toward horizons that had once seemed to represent only endings, but now suggested new beginnings. The crystalline formations sparkled in the perpetual green-tinged light, their beauty a testament to the transformative power of both destruction and renewal, loss and discovery, memory and hope. Thomas's evening journal entry captured his reflections on the recent developments. The isolation that once seemed necessary for protecting these memories now reveals itself as preparation for sharing them with others who can appreciate their significance. The work continues not as a solitary mission, but as a collaborative effort to ensure that the stories of human resilience and adaptation will inspire and inform generations yet to come. The night sounds of the glowing sea provided their familiar backdrop to these reflections, but now they seemed to carry additional meaning. Not just the voices of a transformed world, but the whispers of memories preserved, stories honored, and knowledge prepared for transmission to those who would carry these treasures forward into an uncertain but hopeful future. While Thomas Martinez continues his vital work of preserving memory and knowledge for future generations, far across the glowing sea another solitary figure pursues a different but equally profound form of remembrance. At the very heart of the atomic crater, where the forces that transformed the world first made themselves known, Sarah walks paths of contemplation and acceptance, seeking peace through direct confrontation with the epicenter of change itself. As night falls over the Memory Keeper's sanctuary of preserved stories, our final tale beckons from the place where silence holds its own form of wisdom. Join us for the quiet pilgrim. The pre-dawn darkness of the glowing sea held a quality of silence that existed nowhere else in the post-war world. A profound, encompassing quiet that seemed to absorb sound rather than simply mark its absence. Within this extraordinary stillness, a solitary figure moved with careful, measured steps across terrain that sparkled with crystalline formations and glowed with the perpetual green radiance of atmospheric radiation. Sarah Chen walked this path as she had walked it dozens of times before, her movements reflecting not urgency but the deliberate pace of someone engaged in a sacred ritual that could not be rushed. The journey to Ground Zero had become Sarah's personal pilgrimage, a regular trek that she undertook not from religious compulsion or morbid fascination, but from a deeper need to confront and process the fundamental reality of her existence as a survivor of the unthinkable. Each step carried her closer to the epicenter of the atomic blast that had transformed the world, the precise point where humanity's most destructive capability had been unleashed, with consequences that continued to shape every aspect of post-war life. Sarah's path followed routes that she had carefully mapped over years of exploration, passages that avoided the most dangerous concentrations of radiation while maintaining the straight trajectory that her personal ritual required. Her Pip-Boy's radiation detector clicked with steady rhythm, marking exposure levels that would have been immediately fatal to most humans, but remained within acceptable parameters for someone whose body had adapted to extended periods in contaminated environment. The clicking had become a meditative rhythm, a mechanical heartbeat that accompanied her contemplative journey. The landscape through which she traveled bore little resemblance to the natural beauty that had once characterized this region of Massachusetts. Centuries of radioactive weathering had transformed rolling hills into crystalline formations, while the intense heat of the atomic blast had fused sand and soil into glass structures that caught and refracted the perpetual aurora-like effects of the contaminated atmosphere. Yet Sarah had learned to perceive beauty in this transformed terrain, recognizing it as evidence of nature's remarkable capacity for adaptation, even under the most extreme circumstances. Her equipment for these pilgrimages remained deliberately minimal: enough supplies for a multi-day journey, radiation protection sufficient for extended exposure, and the simple tools needed for the meditation practices she had developed. Sarah carried no weapons, having learned that the glowing sea's most dangerous inhabitants typically avoided the immediate vicinity of Ground Zero. where radiation levels exceeded even their enhanced tolerance. The crater itself existed in a realm beyond the reach of most life forms, creating a zone of absolute solitude that served her contemplative purposes perfectly. As dawn approached, Sarah reached the outer perimeter of the blast crater, where the landscape began its final transformation from merely dangerous to absolutely lethal for unprotected humans. Here, the crystalline formations grew larger and more elaborate, creating natural sculptures that seemed to capture and display the awesome power that had shaped them. The silence deepened as she approached the epicenter, becoming so complete that she could hear her own heartbeat and the subtle sounds of her radiation suit's environmental systems. The ritual of approach had evolved over her many pilgrimages, becoming a carefully structured process that prepared her mentally and emotionally for the intense experience of reaching ground zero itself. Sarah paused at predetermined waypoints, each one marking a deeper level of contemplation and psychological preparation. These stops allowed her to process the emotions that inevitably arose during the journey. Grief for what had been lost, wonder at what had emerged, and the complex mixture of fear and fascination that the crater always evoked. The first waypoint overlooked the crater's outer slopes, providing a panoramic view of the vast depression that marked the bomb's impact site. From this distance, the crater appeared almost geological in nature, a natural formation that might have been created by some ancient meteor impact rather than human technology. Only the precise circularity and the distinctive patterns of glass and crystal formation revealed its true origin, as the product of atomic fire that had burned hotter than the surface of the sun. Sarah's meditation at this first stop focused on scale and perspective, contemplating the relationship between individual human experience and the cosmic forces that had shaped her world. The crater represented both an ending and a beginning, the final culmination of the conflicts that had destroyed the old world, and the starting point for all the adaptations and innovations that had emerged from atomic devastation. Standing at its edge, she felt herself positioned at the boundary between destruction and creation, death and transformation. The second waypoint took her partway down the crater's inner slope, where the silence became even more profound, and the visual effects of concentrated radiation created an almost otherworldly atmosphere. Here, the glass formations had grown into elaborate structures that seemed to pulse with internal light, while the air itself shimmered with effects that existed only in areas of extreme atomic contamination. Sarah's meditation at this location focused on the nature of transformation itself, the mysterious process by which destructive forces could become catalysts for new forms of beauty and meaning. The journey between waypoints allowed for walking meditation, a practice Sarah had developed to maintain mental focus while navigating the challenging terrain. Her steps followed rhythms that coordinated with her breathing and heartbeat, creating a unified physical and mental state that enabled her to remain calm and centered despite the extraordinary nature of her surroundings. This walking practice had become as important to her ritual as the stationary meditations, providing continuity and flow to the overall pilgrimage experience. The third waypoint positioned her near the crater's center, where the effects of the atomic blast had been most intense, and where the resulting formations achieved their most elaborate and beautiful expressions. The silence here transcended anything Sarah had experienced elsewhere, becoming so complete that it seemed to have physical presence and simply did not exist in this space. Even her own movements and breathing became muffled to the point of near inaudibility, creating conditions that fostered the deepest possible level of introspective contemplation. Sarah's meditation practice at Ground Zero itself had evolved through years of experimentation with different techniques and approaches. She had tried conventional methods drawn from pre-war spiritual traditions, but found that the unique conditions of the crater required innovations that honored both the site's significance and its distinctive acoustic and atmospheric properties. The silence was so complete that it seemed to invite a form of internal listening that went beyond ordinary meditation, a receptivity to thoughts and insights that emerged from the profound quiet rather than from directed mental effort. The physical experience of spending extended time at Ground Zero presented challenges that had required careful adaptation. The extreme radiation levels demanded specialized equipment and careful attention to exposure limits, while the psychological impact of the location's significance required emotional preparation and processing techniques. Sarah had developed protocols for both aspects of the experience, creating a framework that allowed her to engage deeply with the site while maintaining her physical and mental well-being. The meditation sessions themselves often lasted for hours, with Sarah sitting in complete stillness while allowing her consciousness to expand into the extraordinary silence that surrounded her. The practice was not goal-oriented in any conventional sense. She did not seek specific insights or outcomes, but rather cultivated a state of openness to whatever understanding might emerge from prolonged exposure to this unique environment. The crater's silence seemed to strip away the mental constructs and emotional defenses that normally shaped perception, creating opportunities for forms of awareness that were not available in ordinary circumstances. Over the years, these pilgrimage sessions had gradually transformed Sarah's understanding of her own survival and its significance. Initially, her visits to Ground Zero had been motivated by survivor's guilt and a need to confront the traumatic reality of the atomic catastrophe. However, as her practice deepened, the site had revealed itself as a place of profound teaching about the nature of change, loss, and the mysterious processes through which destruction could become the foundation for new forms of life and meaning. The afternoon brought subtle changes to the crater's atmosphere, as shifting atmospheric conditions altered the quality of light and the intensity of various radiation effects. Sarah had learned to recognize these patterns over her many visits, understanding how different conditions affected both the visual beauty of the site and the subjective quality of the meditative experience. These variations ensured that no two pilgrimages were identical, each visit offering unique opportunities for contemplation and insight. During one of her meditation sessions, Sarah became aware of another presence in the crater, not an immediate physical presence, but the subtle signs that someone else had recently visited this most remote of locations. The evidence was minimal and easily missed by casual observation, but Sarah's familiarity with the site allowed her to recognize the small disturbances that indicated human activity, footprints in the crystalline sand, the subtle rearrangement of glass fragments, the faint residual traces of another person's passage through this sacred space. The realization that she was not the only regular visitor to Ground Zero came as both a surprise and a source of curiosity. The journey to reach this location required considerable preparation and commitment, suggesting that whoever else came here did so with serious purpose rather than casual exploration. Sarah found herself wondering about this unknown fellow pilgrim, what motivated their visits, what they sought in the crater's profound silence, and whether their experience of this place resonated with her own contemplative practice. Over the course of several subsequent visits, Sarah began to detect a pattern in the evidence of the other visitors' presence. The signs suggested someone who came regularly, but not on a fixed schedule, who spent extended periods in the crater rather than making brief visits, and who treated the location with the same reverence that characterized Sarah's own approach. The mysterious pilgrim appeared to favor different areas of the crater for their meditations, exploring regions that Sarah had not yet incorporated into her own practice. The growing awareness of this shared pilgrimage created an unexpected dimension to Sarah's solitary ritual. While she valued the complete solitude that had always characterized her visits to Ground Zero, the knowledge that someone else found similar meaning in this place created a sense of connection that transcended physical presence. The crater's silence seemed to carry subtle traces of another person's contemplative engagement, adding richness to the meditative atmosphere without compromising its essential character. Several months into this period of parallel pilgrimage, Sarah finally encountered her fellow visitor directly. The meeting occurred at dawn as Sarah approached one of her regular meditation sites to find an elderly ghoul sitting in peaceful contemplation, his weathered features reflecting the same sense of reverent engagement that Sarah brought to her own practice. The encounter was handled with mutual recognition of the site's sacred character. No startled reactions or abrupt movements, but rather the gentle acknowledgement of two pilgrims sharing a profound spiritual destination. "I hope I'm not intruding on your ritual," the stranger said quietly, his voice carrying the distinctive gravelly quality of advanced ghoulification, but also a warmth that immediately put Sarah at ease. "I'm Elder Morrison, and I've been coming here for, well, longer than I care to calculate. I noticed signs of another regular visitor and hoped I might eventually have the honor of meeting them." Sarah introduced herself with equal courtesy, explaining her own practice of pilgrimage to Ground Zero and her growing awareness of Morrison's presence in the crater. Their initial conversation was brief and respectful, both recognizing the importance of not allowing social interaction to overwhelm the contemplative atmosphere they had each come to experience. However, they agreed to share the space peacefully, each continuing their individual practices while remaining open to the possibility of deeper connection. The presence of a companion, even one engaged in parallel rather than joint meditation, subtly altered the quality of Sarah's experience at Ground Zero. The shared silence took on new dimensions, becoming a form of communion that transcended verbal communication. Morrison's obvious reverence for the site and his practiced approach to meditation in such extreme conditions demonstrated that Sarah's own innovative practices were part of a broader human response to the crater's unique spiritual significance. Over subsequent visits, Sarah and Morrison gradually developed a routine of gentle interaction that enhanced rather than disrupted their individual contemplative practices. They would acknowledge each other upon arrival, perhaps share a brief exchange about atmospheric conditions or the site's changing visual characteristics, then settle into their respective meditations. The knowledge of shared presence seemed to deepen the silence rather than diminish it, creating a quality of collective contemplation that neither had experienced in their previous solitary practices. Morrison's background, which he shared gradually over the course of many encounters, provided Sarah with new perspectives on the crater's significance and the experience of survival in the post-war world. He had lived in the area before the Great War, working as a civil engineer on projects that included some of the infrastructure that had been destroyed in the atomic blast. His transformation into a ghoul had been gradual, occurring over years of exposure to residual radiation as he helped other survivors in the immediate aftermath of the catastrophe. "I come here not to mourn what was lost," Morrison explained during one of their quiet conversations at the crater's edge, but to understand what was gained. The destruction was terrible beyond words, but it also revealed capacities for survival and adaptation that we never knew we possessed. This place represents both our greatest failure and our most remarkable achievement. the ability to find meaning and even beauty in the aftermath of the unthinkable. Sarah found that Morrison's perspective complemented her own approach to processing survivor trauma and guilt, where she had focused on accepting the reality of loss and finding peace through direct confrontation with its source. Morrison emphasized the transformative potential that emerged from surviving catastrophic change. Their different but compatible approaches to the crater's significance created opportunities for mutual learning and support that enriched both their individual practices. The conversations that developed between them during rest periods between meditation sessions revealed remarkable parallels in their life experiences despite their different backgrounds. Both had lost virtually everyone they had known before the war. Both had struggled with the psychological challenges of surviving when so many others had not. And both had found in the crater's silence a form of healing that was not available through conventional means. Their shared understanding of these challenges created a bond that required few words to express. Morrison's longer experience with post-war survival provided Sarah with valuable insights into the broader patterns of human adaptation and recovery that had emerged across the Commonwealth. His stories of the early years following the atomic catastrophe revealed the remarkable creativity and resilience that people had demonstrated in response to unprecedented challenges, while his observations of long-term social and environmental changes offered perspective on the significance of individual survival within the larger context of human continuity. The first years were about learning to survive, Morrison reflected during one of their sessions overlooking the crater's central formations. But eventually, survival became the foundation for something more, the development of new forms of community, new relationships with the environment, new understandings of what it means to be human under radically changed circumstances. Your generation inherits both the trauma and the innovations that emerged from our collective response to catastrophe. Sarah appreciated Morrison's historical perspective, recognizing how it provided context for her own experience as someone who had grown up in the post-war world, rather than living through the transition from the old reality to the new. His memories of pre-war life offered glimpses of what had been lost, while his observations of post-war development revealed the continuities and innovations that connected the destroyed world to the emerging one. Their parallel pilgrimage practice evolved to include periods of shared contemplation, during which they would sit together in the crater's profound silence while maintaining individual focus on their personal meditation techniques. These sessions created a unique form of spiritual communion that honored both their separate journeys and their growing connection as fellow seekers of understanding and peace in the most challenging of circumstances. The seasonal changes that affected the crater's atmospheric and visual characteristics provided opportunities for Sarah and Morrison to observe how different conditions influenced their contemplative experiences. Winter brought clarity and stillness that enhanced the silence's meditative quality, while summer created thermal effects that added visual drama to the radiation phenomena. Each season revealed new aspects of the crater's beauty, while offering different frameworks for contemplative engagement. Spring became Sarah's favorite time for pilgrimage, as the subtle warming of the atmosphere created conditions that seemed to enhance the crater's acoustic properties, while generating spectacular light effects among the crystalline formations. Morrison shared her appreciation for the spring pilgrimages, noting how the season's associations with renewal and rebirth added symbolic resonance to their contemplative practice. There is something appropriate about seeking renewal at the sight of such complete destruction, Morrison observed, as they watched the spring sunrise create rainbow effects among the crater's glass formations. It reminds us that endings and beginnings are often the same event viewed from different perspectives. What we experience as catastrophic loss might also be the necessary preparation for forms of life and meaning that we couldn't previously imagine. Sarah found Morrison's philosophical reflections both comforting and challenging, pushing her to expand her understanding of her own survival and its significance. His longer perspective on the historical processes of destruction and recovery provided context that helped her situate her personal experience within the broader patterns of human adaptation and resilience that had characterized the post-war period. As their friendship deepened through shared pilgrimage, Sarah began to understand that her solitary confrontation with survivor trauma had been preparing her for this form of connection with another person who had undergone similar experiences. Morrison's presence in her contemplative practice did not diminish the healing power of the creator's silence, but rather added new dimensions of understanding and support that enhanced her personal growth and recovery. The conversations that developed between their meditation sessions often explored philosophical and spiritual questions that neither had been able to discuss with others who lacked similar experiences of loss and survival. Their shared understanding of the complex emotions associated with surviving catastrophic change created opportunities for forms of communication that transcended ordinary social interaction, reaching toward the deeper levels of human connection that extreme circumstances sometimes make possible. Morrison's stories of his pre-war neighborhood revealed that he had actually known Sarah's family, having lived just a few blocks from the house where she had grown up before entering Vault 1011. This unexpected connection created a bridge between Sarah's limited memories of her childhood and the broader community context that had shaped her early development. Morrison's recollections of her parents and neighbors provided precious glimpses of personal history that Sarah had thought was lost forever. "Your mother was known throughout the neighborhood for her garden," Morrison shared. During one of their evening conversations at the crater's edge, "You had a gift for growing things in difficult conditions, always experimenting with new techniques and sharing her successes with neighbors. I think you inherited more from her than you might realize. Your ability to find beauty and meaning in this transformed landscape reflects the same creative relationship with challenging environments that characterized her approach to gardening." Sarah treasured these recovered memories, recognizing them as gifts that could only have come through her unlikely connection with Morrison at Ground Zero. Their shared pilgrimage had created opportunities for forms of healing and recovery that neither could have achieved alone, demonstrating how individual contemplative practices could be enhanced through appropriate forms of human connection and mutual support. The evolving relationship between Sarah and Morrison exemplified the broader patterns of community formation and mutual aid that had enabled human survival in the post-war world. Their connection had emerged organically from shared commitment to meaningful engagement with difficult realities, developing into a form of spiritual friendship that honored both individual autonomy and collective support. Their model suggested possibilities for how survivors of trauma could find healing through carefully structured forms of mutual understanding and shared contemplative practice. As autumn approached, bringing changes to the crater's atmospheric conditions that would affect the quality of their meditation sessions, Sarah and Morrison began discussing the significance of their shared pilgrimage and its implications for their ongoing spiritual development. Both recognized that their connection had transformed their individual relationships with Ground Zero, while creating new possibilities for understanding and growth that transcended their separate healing journeys. "What we've discovered here," Morrison reflected, as they prepared for what might be their final shared pilgrimage of the season, is that the deepest forms of solitude and the most meaningful forms of connection are not opposites, but complementary aspects of the same spiritual process. The silence that drew us here individually has become the foundation for a form of communion that honors both our separate journeys and our shared humanity. Sarah nodded, understanding how their friendship had demonstrated the possibility of human connection that enhanced rather than compromised individual contemplative practice. Their relationship offered a model for how survivors of trauma could support each other's healing, while maintaining the personal autonomy and spiritual independence that The winter months that followed their autumn pilgrimage were spent in separate contemplation, as the harsh weather conditions made travel to Ground Zero dangerous even for experienced pilgrims. During this period of separation, Sarah found that her meditation practice had been permanently enriched by the connection she had developed with Morrison, while her understanding of her own survival had been expanded by his perspectives on the historical and social contexts of post-war recovery. When spring returned and travel to the crater became feasible again, Sarah and Morrison resumed their shared pilgrimage with the understanding that their connection had become a permanent dimension of their individual spiritual practices. The silence of Ground Zero continued to provide the profound healing environment that had originally drawn each of them to this most challenging of sacred sites, but now it also carried the additional gift of witness contemplation and mutual understanding between fellow travelers on paths of recovery and growth. Their continued pilgrimage represented the evolution of individual healing into collective wisdom, as two survivors of ultimate catastrophe demonstrated that even the most profound forms of loss and trauma could become foundations for new forms of human connection and spiritual development. The crater that had once symbolized only ending and destruction had revealed its potential as a source of renewal and understanding, while the silence that had initially provided refuge from overwhelming emotion had become a medium for the deepest forms of human communication and support. As they settled into their meditation positions for another season of shared contemplation, Sarah and Morrison understood that their pilgrimage to Ground Zero had become something more than individual therapy or personal spiritual practice. They had discovered that the crater's silence could hold both solitude and communion, that its profound peace could accommodate both personal healing and mutual understanding, and that the site of humanity's greatest destruction could become the foundation for its most meaningful connections. The radiation-laden wind that swept across the crater carried no sound, but seemed to whisper of transformations yet to come, of connections yet to be discovered, and of the endless possibilities for renewal that lay hidden within even the most complete devastation. In the profound silence of Ground Zero, two pilgrims continued their journey toward understanding, demonstrating that the human capacity for healing and connection could emerge from the very heart of atomic fire, transformed but not destroyed, wounded but not defeated, finding peace and meaning even at the epicenter of the unthinkable. As the seasons turned and their pilgrimage continued, Sarah and Morrison's shared contemplation at Ground Zero became a testament to the remarkable resilience of human spiritual connection, proving that even in the silence left by ultimate destruction, new forms of understanding and communion could take root and flourish, creating meaning and beauty that honored both the enormity of what had been lost and the miracle of what had been preserved, adapted and newly born from the ashes of the world that was into the possibilities of the world that might yet be. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow Vault Dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.